Oh, yes. Okay. All right. It is 1 p.m. on Monday, July 28th, 2025. And this is a meeting of the Land Use Review Board. I am Janet Hurley, the chair, and I will ask others to introduce themselves, board members. Sarah,
Sarah Hod, present.
Brooke,
Brooke Dingledine, present.
Kirsten,
Kirsten Sultan present.
and Alex holding down the fort for us.
Alex Weinigan here at 10 Baldwin. Hello.
Thank you, Alex. Any agenda updates today from board members? Okay. There appears to be no public, right? Nobody's sitting there with you, right, Alex? And
Correct. I'm alone at the moment.
everybody on is staff. Okay. So operations, budget, and legislative updates. Actually, I wanted Rachel for that.
Sorry, do you need to modify the agenda for any personnel matters for executive session?
It's in there.
Okay, I might have the wrong. Okay, thank you. It's just
Yeah.
not listed under the executive session.
Yeah. Pete, can you ping Rachel?
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that now.
Okay, thanks. Let's do studies and reports first because we needed Rachel to give us an update on carry forward plan. We have to submit that by the end of the week, so we need to have a decision today. Oh, here she is.
Here you go.
Never mind. We'll go back to operations, budget, and legislative updates. Hi, Rachel.
Oh, hi, sorry I'm late.
That's okay.
I think that you want to talk a little bit about our carry forward plan.
Yes.
If that's right.
Yes.
So as we talked about several meetings ago, there's an opportunity to create a carry forward plan and submit that to finance and management, basically to make a plan for any unexpended general funds that we ended fiscal year 25 with. We would need to create a plan and have that approved by the agency of administration to carry forward that money for a specific and stated purpose. We had talked about one. I'm happy to go through the numbers again, but there is a about $950,000 that we have earmarked for a scanning project. At a minimum, my recommendation to the board would be to put forward a carry forward plan so we can carry forward that money to continue additional phases of the scanning project. In addition to that, we have about $117,000 that is up for carry forward. And one of the areas of consensus that we were given, or this board came to several weeks ago, was to hire a temporary technician position to support our district offices in the light that we are going to have some planned extended leaves of absences and in that group in this next fiscal year. So hiring a temporary staff member there would allow us to maintain existing services at the district office level. We did talk about other carry forward options, but I think I'm going to leave it here and allow the board to take it forward for other items that they may want to include in that carry forward plan. And I'm happy to answer any other questions that you have.
So, as Rachel pointed out, the scanning project around 950,000. That's pretty much a given. And then we have the 117-ish. Is that right? And temporary tech would take about 50,000 of that.
45 to
So-
50, yeah.
45 to 50. So we're talking about 65-ish thousand for carry forward. And we had talked extensively about an enforcement vehicle, but given that we don't have the information needed to make a decision on that, I think we need to jettison it for this year, at least for this carry forward plan, because we do have to have this memo in by Friday. So I actually would like to hear Rachel talk a little bit more about carrying forward that money into Pay Act instead, and what kind of flexibility that would give us in the coming year in terms of increasing salaries or offering bonuses.
Sure. So Pay Act is a reconciliation event that occurs at the end of the fiscal year. Usually it happens in May each year, or April or May each year. And it's a point in time during the fiscal year for agencies to reconcile the amount of budgeted funds for salaries and benefits versus what was actually expended in salaries and benefits for your agency. So we could certainly earmark the additional money that we haven't targeted for other reasons and basically set that aside in Pay Act. That would allow us to think about certain things, potentially double filling a position. If you're undergoing a recruitment, it may allow us to cut or be able to more easily cover bonuses or raises that might happen throughout the year as well. There's some different uses there, and it would not preclude us for asking for additional Pay Act funds in May should we need them. Any additional information or clarity anybody wants?
Kirsten.
Sure, Kirsten.
So, Rachel, in your experience in the business director role, what typically happens with those Pay Act related costs in terms of the annual reconciliation? Are we usually over, under? I know this year was a bit of an anomaly, but is that, if it's allocated to Pay Act and that money can be used to cover gaps as well as potential new, not currently identified uses? Is that right?
That's right. And I think in the last couple of years, the need has really been increases in healthcare. And those have been substantial, in the last year. And as a part of the budgeting process, you're given guidelines so everyone is estimating, healthcare benefits at a certain rate, but over the last couple of years, the expended amount has exceeded what you budgeted for. So Pay Act has been requested, in the last couple of years to compensate for those changes. That's one, Pay Act can be used for any salaries and benefits options. It's just compensating for the difference between what is budgeted and what is expended.
Any other questions for Rachel?
Thanks for explaining.
Another point that Rachel made earlier, is that there are other agencies across state government that are losing federal dollars and, facing having to potentially lay people off. And, the fact that we could provide money in a carry forward toward Pay Act could be seen as certainly altruistic. So, Brooke, you have your hand up.
So Rachel, this gives us the most flexibility for the funds to be able to use them as needed without having to earmark anything. And so you would recommend that we choose to do that?
I think that it would be a solid, fiscally responsible recommendation. And I think that it would be seen favorably, by finance and management, especially in light of where other state organizations are with federal dollars. I think it would be sustainable, a good sustainable way of us carrying forward this money and covering our own costs. Does that
Great, thank you.
answer the
This is-
question?
Appreciate it, thank you.
Any other board questions or discussion on this? So it would be, I think, prudent for us to make a motion to give Rachel and I guidance to finish off that memo and submit it before the Friday due date. Sarah?
I'll make that motion that, based upon the information recommendations here, the board to request, Janet and Rachel to put together a memo on our behalf to that effect.
And I might add that we're talking about 3 different plans, one for a temporary tech, one for the scanning project, and one for Pay Act.
Yes, all three.
Okay. Brooke?
Were we going to specify the amounts for each of those categories? Would that be
Yes,
prudent?
yes, and they are roughly 50,000, 67,000, and 950,000. Those are approximations.
So the 50,000 for the tech, 60 for the Pay Act, and the 900 for the scanning.
Yeah, 950 and 67. Yeah.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Kirsten. Any discussion on that motion? Any further? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
That is 5 ayes. So that is unanimous, and Rachel and I will finalize that memo accordingly. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you.
Pete, do you have anything under operations, budget, and legislative matters?
No, I'll just be a broken record and say that the district coordinator position is still open until Wednesday. So anyone listening that's interested in applying, please do. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Allison, do you have anything? No. It doesn't say legal,
No.
it says legislative. Sorry.
No worries.
So let's go back to opportunity for public comments on non-agenda items. I see that Thomas has joined us and a few others. If anyone present would like to discuss or comment on anything that is not on the agenda, now is the time.
I have nothing.
No? Okay. So we can move on to item E, studies and reports. We are going to be discussing regional commission application guidelines and tier 3. So let's ask Brooke to give an update on appeals.
Sure, we are scheduled for tomorrow for stakeholder meeting, only online, but it's also an agenda that folks can join from the public. At 1 o'clock to 2:30 tomorrow to discuss the environmental justice ombuds permit specialist. We still haven't arrived at a tag for that. But it's specifically about that. We're going to try to keep on that focus. And then we did, in fact, cancel the 30th because there were a number of people that were away for vacation. So not having double duty on this week, we thought was best. So Wednesday is canceled, the 30th, but we will be rescheduling that probably in about 2 weeks. Need to find time and the opportunity for our staff to be available for it. So look forward to talking about EJ and environmental ombudsman.
Thank you, Brooke. Kirsten?
Just a quick question, Janet, are you going to that meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Sarah, do you have updates for us today?
So on Thursday, you will be discussing Tier 1A again, and I have summarized the comments received and offered a cover memo to those. I'll be looking to hopefully finalize that today and get it out to everyone. And hopefully that will give some direction as we look to wrap up regional planning guidance. Now we'll start work on Tier 1A. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. And Kirsten, do you have anything on wood products follow-up or tier 2 research?
No, nothing to report at this time.
Okay,
Sarah,
thank you.
the grab bag, I'll call
Okay.
it. And Sarah and I are meeting next week, and we'll have a date soon to bring forward some miscellaneous items to the board.
And Alex, do you have anything on 8C stakeholder?
Only that I'll be providing a draft tentative list of stakeholders for the Criterion 8C work group either later today or in the morning, so that you have a day or so to look at it before our discussion on Thursday.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, any questions about any of those reports from anybody? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to discussion and possible action on Regional Planning Commission application guidelines. So Rebecca, will you share screen with the redlined version of the guidelines, latest version?
Yes, doing that now.
Thank you. So we took into account with revisions, everything that we had talked about as a board previously in this set. And the only outstanding questions are around the details of digital map submittals.
It is just taking a moment, Janet. I apologize.
That's okay. We can all take a breath.
Yeah.
And be patient.
Okay.
There we go.
You see them? Great.
Yeah, can you
Let me
zoom
make it
in a
bigger.
bit? Yeah,
Absolutely. How is that?
that's great. So, do you want to scroll through and stop at the first red you see, maybe?
Sure.
Oh, there was a little
Yeah.
and, A and C.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Actually,
Okay.
maybe I'll do it like this. Make sure we don't miss any. I'll just go next. So
Okay, good.
how's that? Yeah. So that way we'll highlight them.
Yeah.
Okay. And here we go. So now we're in section 6. This is about how basically to submit information to us. Janet, do you want to take it from here?
Sure. So at the last meeting, we talked about allowing subsets of future land use map areas for Tier 1B status. And we revised this to allow for that to occur, provided the Regional Planning Commission gave us information in basically the Tier 1B memo that explained the reason for the smaller area to be called Tier 1B rather than the full FLU area. And so this is just acknowledging that. And then you'll see further that we added some standards to consider when we review that. So go ahead to the next.
Okay, so now we're in the pre-application
Yep.
section.
And so initially we had talked about the regional plan application as including Tier 1B memorandum, but they can also be separate. And so instead of repeating the Tier 1B memorandum information in every regional plan application section and every separate Tier 1B application section, I've eliminated the mention of Tier 1B in the regional plan application. And it's just it's just in the Tier 1B status request section now. And I took out the word separate from the title of that section. So you'll see that shortly as Rebecca scrolls to the next change. So it used to say, or I think it used to say separate Tier 1B status request. And so here's the wording that we settled on. And I'd like you to listen to it to make sure it reflects what you think we discussed last week. So downtown centers, village centers, planned growth areas, and village areas are the areas eligible for Tier 1B status. If Tier 1B status is sought for one of these FLU areas, it must include the full extent of the area, not a sub-area, unless the RPC can establish good cause and demonstrate that it will not lead to unequal distribution of environmental benefits and burdens. The Tier 1B memorandum must explain the reason that the entire FLU area is not proposed for Tier 1B status. Any thoughts on that wording? Brooke?
Yeah, I think, how does one, is there guidance, in terms of demonstrating the unequal distribution? I mean, I understand it needs to be done, but
Yep. There isn't yet. I mean, that's why initially the three of us thought we shouldn't allow it. But it seemed that the thrust of the board was to allow it. And this is, you know, given that we have to get this stuff out there and you know, let the RPC see it and others see it so that they can be prepared. I don't think we can. I think it's either we say that you have to show this, you have to demonstrate it to us, you just have to convince us, or we don't allow it. Kirsten.
I had the same question with respect to the word demonstrate. Demonstrate to me would typically encompass, submitting of some kind of information or evidence. And so I'm just wondering if, for purposes of this initial guideline, if we might want to use a different word, because I think, but maybe this we can talk through now, that we were going to allow the applicant, the municipality to explain, make their own request and explanation sort of in a narrative format. So
Yeah, so
Maybe-
it in the memorandum, so it says the tier 1B memorandum must, explain the reason.
how
And
about,
it's the RPC, not the municipality.
right,
Alex, is that you?
Yes, this is me with the hand raised at the moment from 10 Baldwin. I thought Charlie Baker at our last meeting was indicating that this issue about unequal distribution of environmental benefits and burdens was a requirement for the entire plan, not just tier 1B areas. So I guess what I'm wondering is, do we really need to enumerate that in this section, or is that something that will be addressed more globally by the RPC in their application?
I think it could be addressed more globally, but given that it's the drawing of jurisdictional boundaries, that's our authority here, and that authority could be conferring environmental, unequal benefits and burdens. And so it seemed to me that at least to be important to say here. Sarah, or I'm sorry, Brooke.
Mine is more of just a stylistic change. I would recommend putting that last sentence about the memorandum, explaining it. I would suggest putting that into the beginning of, after it says it must include it, not a sub area unless the RPC can explain the reason that the entire FLU area is not proposed for tier B status and establish good cause and the
Mhm.
rest of it.
Just add it to that sentence sort of before the other two.
Yeah, because that's sort of like, okay, in the first instance, you got to explain it, and then you got to show the additional good cause as to why you're deviating. And
Okay.
I apologize. I
Sarah?
was trying. Oh, do you want me to make the change or do anything right now? Or we're just,
You can, well, maybe let's wait till we finish conversing, but maybe what you could do is, I don't know, type
I'll
up
make
a
a comment.
comment
Yeah.
until we're ready to post it in there, Rebecca. Sarah,
I was just to Alex's point, we have to allow for separate tier 1Bs. And so you could have a tier 1B request coming in separate from the regional plan.
that's true.
So in order to talk about potentially eroding away at or adding to in terms of benefits and burdens, I think that's necessary to contemplate. And I would agree that there isn't a good parameter to judge these things other than we are allowing the municipality working with the RPC to create a narrative to sort of go over this. And so I think it provides the outlet, but without any further statutory guidelines, this is perhaps the best method that we have of allowing a municipality and an RPC to pursue a different area as a subset or potentially an increase to the underlying flu map.
I don't think it would be an increase. Because it has to be one of those FLUs.
So I was, it could be, if you have two areas adjacent to each other that both could qualify for tier 1B, you could have that a subset of yet another flu area, but not the whole thing. That
Right, so it's
Yeah.
a subset of that one instead of an
Correct.
extension, yeah, okay. So, any other comments from board members? So, I think, Rebecca, what Brooke was suggesting is at the second to last sentence, at the beginning of the second to last sentence, if Tier 1B status is sought for one of these flu areas, it must include the full extent of the area, not a sub-area, unless the RPC explains the reason that the entire FLU area is not proposed for Tier 1B status. So just don't replace anything, just add the RPC can explain in front of establish.
Right, so don't change anything.
Right. So take
Right.
out, explain the reason that the FLU area is, that the entire FLU area is not proposed for Tier 1B status. Just take that, cut it, and put it after can and before establish.
I see. Okay, let me see if I got it. I apologize. Okay, so take out until
Take out
must explain.
explain. Take out
Right to here?
explain. Yep, and cut it. And then
Okay.
paste it after the word can and before the word establish.
I probably don't
And
need the
then put a comma
can.
there after status.
Okay, put a comma after step.
After what you just put in instead of a period, yeah.
How's that?
So, unless the RPC can explain the reason that establish good cause, and then I would put another comma and demonstrate that it will not lead to, and then the last sentence can be removed.
I don't think you want to isolate established good cause because you have to say what it's establishing it for. So that shouldn't be separated from the environmental benefits clause. It's to establish good cause to
Well-
demonstrate or and demonstrate.
No, I think the three of us, when we talked about that, thought of it as a separate, the unequal distribution of environmental benefits and burdens is one thing that the board needs to look for. But that we want there to be a good reason for this to happen. And we
So
want them to be
establish-
able to tell us what it is.
So established good cause for the deviation or something?
Sure.
Is that what you're
Sure.
getting at?
Yeah.
Or for the sub area, if you don't want to introduce a different term?
Yeah, maybe, yeah, for the sub area. What do you think, Rebecca?
I agree.
Okay. Thought you might. Sarah?
I just want to note that this language is cut and paste and used throughout. And so whatever we do here, we should be also looking to alter throughout the document.
Okay. So I'll note that we did receive some comments from Thomas today, and I haven't had a chance to read them all, but Thomas does disagree with our decision to go in this direction, just so you all know that. And we will share Thomas's comments if I've actually I can't remember who you sent that to, Thomas. Was it the full
It
board?
was all of us, Janet. It was.
Oh, it was,
Yep,
okay,
I've read it.
okay, great. Thank you. All right, can we go to the next change, Rebecca?
Absolutely. Okay.
Just clarifying that DHCD and the CIB can comment on any aspect that they feel they would like to. Okay, next. Um, just a little wordsmithing here, and I think we talked about this last time, in terms of how to assess a draft regional plan for compliance, in attaining the goals as required by statute. So, the bulleted items sort of follow up on that. Go ahead, Rebecca, next. Oh, and here's where I removed the separate Tier 1B status request, because it could either be separate or concurrent with the regional plan review. So can we assume that Rebecca can change the wording after we go through the whole document so we don't have to spend time on screen doing it now? I see a thumbs up from Brooke and nods. Okay, great. Thank you. Let's go, Rebecca.
Okay.
More of the same, and a clarification now that it's not just separate, that it may be concurrent. And this, I think I may have mentioned last time, but I took out the, or we had gotten feedback from an RPC that said, well, the FLU map is part of the plan, so you don't really need it as a separate thing. But then we decided that we needed it digitally, so I put it back in. So go ahead to the next. The Tier 1B resolutions I took out of this section because it's in the next in the memorandum. So it's in the next section under Tier 1B status requests. Go ahead, Rebecca. And here's that rewording that we will have Rebecca do after the meeting. And same thing. And this is a separate Tier 1B request, right? No, this is minor map amendment. So
Correct.
initially we had thought that these should not include Tier 1, or that these could not include Tier 1B status requests because statute says that separate tier, or that Tier 1B requests have to go through the whole process. But this kind of isn't a separate one. It's part of a minor map amendment, which is very prescribed and only allows for an up to 10-acre change in a map. And I thought about that again and thought, well, if there's already Tier 1B and this just expands it by a parcel or two, if they want that, then maybe it should still be part of this carve out for a minor map amendment. So I added that in. What do you all think of that? Sound good? Sort of shrugs.
Sounds good to me,
Okay.
Janet. Otherwise, it would just be a sequential request, right? They'd have to do the
Yeah.
map amendment first and then come back for a Tier 1B amendment. Why not take them at the same time?
Right, and not only that, but the Tier 1B amendment for that tiny little area would have to go through the pre-application stage. Which seems ridiculous, right? So, all right, let's keep going. Okay, so we discussed this at the last meeting, and I think this reflects what our discussion I see you're gonna fix that, yes.
One has
So-
too many spaces, the other has not enough, so.
So we discussed the interested party question and how they show that they meet the requirements for that. So let's keep going. We clarified the correct statutory reference there. And this is more of the Tier 1B status requests and establishing good cause language. So let's keep going. I don't think that objectors cannot object to Tier 1B status. They can only object to whether a plan includes all the required elements. So realizing that, I took that out of that paragraph. And then this is the minor FLU map amendment, the next one, and that's adding the Tier 1B back into that. So next, oh wait, I'm sorry,
Can-
Kirsten, I
yeah.
see your hand is up.
Can you just go back to that, explain the scope of the objector's sort of authority?
Objectors, yeah,
So-
can only object to an adopted plan in terms of whether they in terms of whether the plan meets all the requirements in terms of the 11 different elements that the plan must include. So statute proscribes it limits their ability to object to broader questions. I'll just put it that way, so that it doesn't include, it says they can only object to that. It doesn't include Tier 1B status. And so I don't think that we will be able to entertain an objection as defined in statute in terms of Tier 1B status. That doesn't mean that somebody can't come to a meeting and tell us they don't think that we should, give that area Tier 1B status, but an objector, as defined, can't do that as an objector. They can do that as a person coming to a public meeting, but they can't submit to us an objection that we must then address in our written decision.
And did Rebecca review this with respect to the statute?
Yeah. Brooke?
I'm just trying to understand if we are deviating from the 1B mapping, they're making the arguments, trying to make the showing. Does that eliminate any, like, the public participation that could, I know you couldn't object specifically, but if the public has the opportunity to come and say, hey, I don't like where 1B was drawn or something at that moment. But then is that same opportunity for a public person to come and say, hey, I disagree with the, sub area?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we weren't creating like something that then was not subject to public response or comment.
No, we're not limiting what the public can say to us. The statute is limiting what an objector can object to.
Gotcha.
But even somebody who meets the definition for objector and makes an objection can still come. The same person could still come to our meeting and say whatever they want. So, yeah.
Gotcha. But they don't get objector status for
Correct.
that. I get it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to the next page.
This was just a formatting
Yeah, it was.
change.
Yes, it wasn't even a change. The 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 lettering was not automatic. It was typed, so I added it. You know, as bulleted list.
And there's an S
Hmm.
on resolutions.
Right. And same there.
Yeah.
Okay, and here's the Tier 1B memorandum again, so we can skip this. Same. And this is section 10, so this is reconsideration after a negative determination.
Yeah, it looks like that's
And
it. The
that's
last
it.
changes
Okay.
I'm seeing is just the update to the date of the guidelines, the draft that
Yep.
we're looking at.
Yep. So, do board members have any thoughts to share in general about this? Or any questions or comments at this point? Okay. Oh, Kirsten?
Well, I guess because we've got Thomas Weiss's comments,
Yeah.
will we be going
Yeah,
through those before we
I will
conclude?
I will
Okay.
ask Thomas to summarize his comments. Sarah?
Okay.
I'm not sure that we're ready for a motion yet, but I was going to ask, what Kirsten just asked. So I think
Oh,
maybe
okay.
it's not right for a motion quite yet.
Okay. So I'm going to open it up to public comment. So anybody that has comments on our draft guidelines for regional planning commission applications. And I'm especially encouraging Thomas to summarize his comments for us because I, for one, did not have a chance to read them before the meeting. So is that
Thomas is
Thomas's
ready.
hand? Okay.
It is.
Hello, this is Thomas Weiss, resident of Montpelier. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to explain the email that I sent at the earlier this morning, not quite the last minute this morning, but last minute in terms of your preparation for this meeting. The main thrust of my comment is that I sent some reasons why I feel it is inappropriate to allow a sub area of a delineated area to be eligible for Tier 1B. I point out that one of the section 6033 requirements, that's in Title 10, is that the Regional Planning Commission must demonstrate to you for areas to receive Tier 1B status that they must demonstrate that it requires. Anyway, first of the requirements is the municipality has requested to have the area mapped for Tier 1B. Also, the Regional Planning Commission must demonstrate that the mapped areas are eligible for Tier 1B status. So if the mapped area has not received, or the Regional Planning Commission has not received a request from the municipality to map it as Tier 1B, then it doesn't meet the requirements for being a Tier 1B area. And then the next step is deciding boundaries by the municipalities is consistent with planning goals. There is a planning goal that encourages citizen participation at all levels of the planning process. and to assure that the decision shall be made at the most local level possible, consistent with their impact. So I am stating that I believe that the most local level, in this case, is the municipality, should have the responsibility for designating on the FLU maps what is eligible for Tier 1B, and it's not the Regional Planning Commission's responsibility to do that. So
Thomas,
yes,
it's, the municipality is the entity that is opting in, and it is the entity that is asking the Regional Planning Commission to only opt in for a sub area. So the municipality speaks through the Regional Planning Commission.
that
And
is
that's what those,
true.
and that's what the Tier 1B resolutions and memos that we need to receive, that's why we're getting those, to verify that the municipality has opted in. And if the municipality doesn't want the full area to be Tier 1B, we would like an explanation as to why not.
And I understand that, and I am writing my comments based on last Thursday's discussion, in which it seemed unclear as to which way the board was going to be going in regard to coincident boundaries or not. What I am, and there's another portion of, I think it's 4348A, that according to the BAPTA methodology, all of the designated areas under Chapter 76A automatically get put into one of the categories on the future land use maps. But it also says, unless the municipality requests otherwise. So I am interpreting that to be that the municipalities can say, we do not want you to put all of or any of this Chapter 76A designation into into the category that would make it eligible for Tier 1B or Tier 1A. So I'm not seeing how, if a municipality is requesting only a subset, it can actually be shown on the map as a subset, and that the Regional Planning Commission would have to shrink down the area on the future land use map so that the boundaries would have to be coincident, as opposed to trying to explain why the boundaries are not the same. And I understand there are Chapter 76A category designations that are not coincident with the future land use categories, that are not coincident with tiers 1A and 1B, that are not coincident with the designations under Chapter 139, which complicates things. But I think I have given a reasonable explanation as to why the boundary should be coincident and why it's the municipalities that have the determination of the boundaries of the areas that are eligible for tiers 1A and 1B, and then therefore also for Chapter 139.
Yeah, and I'll just say that I hear what you're saying, that it's the municipality's decision, and our guidelines reflect that. The Tier 1B resolutions have to come from the municipalities. However, they have to make the application through their Regional Planning Commission. So the responsibility of explaining that is the Regional Planning Commission. Brooke.
So I guess I'm not quite 100% understanding the interaction of the Regional Planning Commission and the town in terms of, drawing the boundary of Tier 1B. Because if they're working together on this, is it because the standardized methodology is defining a certain area and we have to go with that because it's the consistent approach versus like the town saying, no, this is where we want to draw our lines.
So
Can
there,
you explain how
the
they're
future,
doing it?
so the methodology that you're referring to is what the regional planning commissions use for drawing the future land use areas. It doesn't have anything to do with Tier 1B. Does that answer any of your question?
Well, I guess
The methodology for
yeah.
Tier 1B is ours. So
what I don't understand is if the town is opting in, but wants a smaller footprint, do they not have any control over the footprint to begin with? I guess is what I'm asking.
they have as much control over the footprint as they want to begin with.
So then
They don't
why
have
do
to, if they don't want a center designation, they don't have to draw a center on their map.
Right. But what I'm trying to
If
get
they don't
at
want
is,
to, yeah, go ahead.
I'm trying to understand, well, why wouldn't they just draw the boundaries where they want them to begin with?
Yeah, that's why this is, that's what Sarah and Rebecca and I initially drafted this to reflect that. But Charlie and Alex and perhaps others, made an argument that there may be cases in which they aren't coincident. And so this vision allows for that with some parameters. It says they must be coincident unless, and we tried to put in a parameter there, right? And so Alex, is that you or Thomas?
It's me, so go ahead to Sarah first.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Sarah.
It's all right. I was going to say, to sort of echo what you said, Janet, in terms of a municipality that would have to put a resolution in order for a Tier 1B. So in many ways, the buck stops to the municipality in terms of if they don't want Tier 1B, they only want portion and not all. Where now with this rephrasing, putting it back on municipality. And I was trying to think about this over the weekend of like, why would an area perhaps have an underlying FLU, but maybe not want to be part of a Tier 1B? And I could see a municipality that has a historic graveyard or a park, Center Green or something like that, some area that is heavily restricted, precluded from ever developing. That they might just say, this does not belong in that Tier 1B in terms of Act 250 exemptions. We want to carve this out and have a differing line because that large historic cemetery that's downtown is not really intended for Tier 1B. And so I think this gives the flexibility, but just again to what Janet said, is the default is that they should be coincident, but carving out like there's some wiggle room now. And so I think this is the best that we're going to get without a statutory clarification. And then hopefully over time, we'll also develop a better checklist. But I think this is a wide enough of a parameter to allow from some exceptions. And so it's sort of having our cake and eating it too, if you would. But yeah, it would have been simpler if we had just gone with the completely coincident. But I think there are good points raised last week.
Okay, Alex.
So Brooke, I hope I'm adding a little bit more to your answer to your question. So first, it's not the municipality that decides on the future land use area mapping. That's the Regional Planning Commission's job in consultation with municipalities. But it's not the municipality who ultimately decides where the FLU's boundaries are. It's the Regional Planning Commission, and they could potentially have a difference of opinion about where of an FLU boundary should go within any particular municipality. So that's at least in the realm of possible. Second, as I understand it, future land use areas, particularly the ones that relate to the designation program, have a larger purpose than just Act 250 jurisdiction through Tier 1B. And so it's very possible that a municipality could say, I want the maximum possible area within this particular FLU because I want the designation benefits to apply to the maximum possible area. But my community is nervous about losing Act 250 jurisdiction in a portion of that area, and therefore we want to be more conservative about where our mapping of the Tier 1B area is. And so that's also in the realm of possible. And then finally, I think there are some communities, you know, I'm very provincial, I'm sorry, I always go back to Heinsberg, but I think there are other communities like Heinsberg that are likely to have a village center FLU that includes embedded large industrial uses or even industrial zoning districts within them. And I could see, this isn't Heinsberg's case at all, but I could see a community potentially saying the Tier 1B benefits, you know, largely accrue on the housing side, and we would like to exclude this large industrial district that's part of our village center FLU mapping from the Tier 1B designation, and that's our reason for a sub area. And it's logical, and it's not about unequal benefits and burdens. It's about recognizing the unique historical context and sort of development pattern within a quote unquote village center future land use area. So I think there's a number of reasons why, you know, this could come up, and why the coincidence between an FLU and a Tier 1B might not want to be the same.
And that's well put, Alex. In particular, it is the RPC that draws those boundaries and makes those final determinations. However, I think that most of the RPCs in the state will want to be in line with what those municipalities want, and they will do what they can to be in line with what each municipality wants in terms of where those boundaries are drawn. Okay, any more on guidelines?
I do have one more.
Oh, Janet,
Go ahead,
Thomas
Thomas.
has another comment.
Go ahead, Thomas.
Janet, you had mentioned something about the methodology and process used by or developed by BAPTA for the regional planning commissions to follow.
Yeah.
I suggest also in the comments that I made that the guidance isn't, I don't think the guidance is strong enough or clear enough that the municipalities have the final say on the boundaries of the Tier 1B and probably the Tier 1A areas. And so I would suggest that the board perhaps look at the BAPTA methodology and see if that could be strengthened or made a little more clear.
So the
Or made
BAPTA
clear.
methodology does not address Tier 1A or 1B at all. The BAPTA methodology is only for drawing the future land use map category boundaries.
But at the beginning of each section, for example, downtown centers, the third or fourth item is it lists that downtown centers could be either Tier 1A, Tier 1B, or Tier 2, depending on certain conditions. And
Right, but it's
then
not
down in-
part of the future land use map will not be showing Tier 1A, 1B, 2, or 3 boundaries. So
that is
there
correct.
is
I acknowledge
a
that, but-
relationship, but the mapping is only for future land use map. That methodology is only to result in future land use map boundaries, not Tier 1 or Tier 2 boundaries, or Tier 3 boundaries for that matter. So that methodology is not what is being used to draw tier boundaries. That's a separate consideration, and there is no methodology for it. There's no written methodology at this point for it. There's
I
just
acknowledge what you're
statute
saying.
and guidance that we are devising as we speak. So,
I
yeah,
acknowledge what you're saying. It's my contention that the boundaries should be coincident, and it sounds like
Yeah.
the board is not agreeing with that contention. So if that is the case, then I think there should be a way to be able to break out that the tiers 1A and 1B are somehow not coincident with the future land use mapping category.
right.
So thank you for giving me the opportunity to make my case.
Thank you for continuing to make your case, Thomas. We appreciate your participation.
And I appreciate the discussion that my case generated.
Thank you. Sarah, your hand went up and then it went down. Do you want to say something?
I'm not sure if we're right for a motion or if there's more public input or board questions, but I would like to make a motion, but I just don't know. I don't want to cut off the dialogue.
I think you can make a motion.
Okay.
Should you want
I-
to?
I move that the board approve the Regional Planning Commission application guidelines as presented with the modifications made today, and also allow for formatting modifications as necessary. And the last caveat is as well as the addition of mapping standards as they progress from our technical team.
Digital map submission standards. Yes. Okay.
I'll second it. Sorry.
Thank you, Brooke. Any discussion by board members on that motion? Kirsten?
Yeah, I'm okay with the motion, providing any grammatical modifications don't change the effective implementation of the guideline, don't change the, the meaning. I know sometimes, like you add a comma here, it kind of has this, so it
Sarah,
just be, yes.
Sarah didn't say grammatical. She said formatting, because we had talked earlier about changing the headings from 1A, B, and Roman numerals to just a number with a decimal point, and we thought it would be less cumbersome. So I think what she was talking about was allowing for that to happen, so that instead of, Roman numeral 1, letter A, Roman numeral 2, little letter A.
Apology if
And
I misheard you, Sarah.
yeah, so is that Alex or Thomas?
It's Alex. Yeah, so I'm fine with the motion and whatever tidy up stuff that needs to happen, formatting or otherwise, frankly, and from my mind. But my point was only going to be that the section about the data submission standards, if you can finalize those, great. But I think the way it's worded now is probably sufficient. And if there's more detail that comes later, it doesn't need to be in the guidelines. Like, we can provide that to the regional planning commissions when it's ready. I think if that's the only thing holding up this document becoming the real deal, like just call it a day and leave that additional detail out and provide it at a later date, not as part of the document itself.
Alex, would you give us the latitude to add it? Should we get it in the next week or so?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that was the crux of Sarah's motion. I just didn't want you to sit on this for 3 more weeks because somebody in the GIS shop at ADS is not responding, or somebody at VCGI is not getting you the right language. At some point, just declare victory and move on.
Got it. People okay with that? I see nods from all 3 of the other board members. Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, I don't see any, so I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
That is 5 ayes. We have adopted our first set of regional plan application guidelines. Thank you for all your help, Rebecca.
Of course.
And everybody that put their efforts into this. And so we had a lot of staffers that gave a lot of really important feedback along the way. So thank you. And the RPCs and Thomas and everybody for paying attention to it. That feels like a big weight off my chest. Thank you. Brooke?
Well, first I want to recognize you for all of your hard work and effort on this. I know you worked into wee hours of the nights. So thank you for everything you did, Janet. I know it was quite a grind. So we appreciate all your work as well.
Thank you. And Sarah was with me all the way too, so.
But I just noticed, and I had been emailing during this meeting with Renee Carpenter, and she has gotten in this meeting. And I was hoping that we could at least ask her if she could talk to us and make sure that she has had great difficulty coming into our meetings and being able to unmute. So I just wanted to give her the opportunity now that she's gotten into this meeting, if she wanted to say anything, if we could kind of test and make sure she can be heard, because it's been a chronic problem, I guess, so. And
Renee,
she's the R.
can you unmute yourself and say hello? It may still be a problem for Renee.
So this is Alex and 10 Baldwin. I would like to try something for Renee and others. So I'm going to share my screen. Hold on just a moment. Are you able to see the screen I'm sharing?
Yes, I am.
So I made this morning wondering if someone was going to have a problem, it might be nice to have something on screen for them to see. There's another way to connect to this meeting that is not Microsoft Teams on your computer. It's just pick up your phone, dial this number, enter this passcode, and then you should be part of the meeting. And hopefully that would resolve the microphone issue that Renee is apparently having. So I don't want to make you a guinea pig, Renee, or make you uncomfortable in any way, but perhaps you could write down this phone number and the passcode, and it's also on our meeting agenda, and try calling into this meeting.
And I'm just going to read that number out loud. It is 802-828-7667. So 828-7667. That's the phone number. And then the passcode that you would need is 838-468-021#. 838-468-021#.
So Janet, I just got an email from her that says she is unable to mute herself to say anything. And the other comment she made is, nor can I participate with a live chat. And Renee, we don't have the chat enabled on our board meetings. So that would not be available to you. But I'm just curious if we have like a master unmute switch that we might be able to push. If that might be the problem. If not, maybe we'll have to work on it with Maddie.
I don't think that the master mute is being used.
Correct. I checked that, Brooke, and that's
I
not
just-
active for this meeting.
And
Okay.
this is, Thomas, I have called into some of the appeals stakeholder group meetings of late that don't have an in-person component. And what one needs to remember, and it's not on your agendas, is that if one is calling in, one needs to use *6 as a toggle to mute and unmute, and that one needs to use *5 as a toggle to raise and lower the hand. And it takes some time to actually go through the process. And when I do *5, raise my hand, then there's this loud, you have now raised your hand that comes through to me, and I miss a few seconds of the meeting. So, but the important part is to let people know, if you're calling in on the telephone, that it's not something on the screen that's relatively obvious. You have to know that it's *5 and *6 for the two mutes.
That's super helpful, Thomas. Thanks. I didn't know which star buttons were the mute and the unmute and the raise your hand from a phone for a phone. So that's good to know. *6 and *5.
*6 is generic for all of the ones that the state uses. *5 is particular to this one.
Okay.
And it does not work on Zoom or whatever the other one that Public Utilities Commission uses.
Gotcha.
So is that Renee who's called in on that number that we just admitted? And might she be able to speak? Oh, she just got muted instead of unmuted. Right, now try to speak.
No?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay. So what happens when I come in on the phone is if I'm on the Teams meeting, then it causes an echo. That's happened before. So it's just very awkward. And one time when I had called in on the phone for the end of the meeting, I think it was last Tuesday afternoon, I went to press *6, but it takes me so long on my particular setup that you'd already said, oh, nobody's making a comment. So
Got it.
it's just very awkward for me, the setup that I have. I've
Yeah.
tried all the solutions. So I can come in on my phone, but then when you're sharing on the screen, I can't see anything.
Exactly.
And I can't
So,
be both
Renee-
on the phone and on the screen at the same time.
Right.
Renee, this is Alex. The way to solve
Alex.
that echo problem is when you are connected through your computer and you want to call in on the phone because of this microphone issue, on your computer, you want to mute yourself and you want to turn your sound on your computer off. So there's usually on your computer a button with a little speaker symbol with an X through it or a slash through
Yeah,
it.
you know
And if
what?
you
I've done all those things, and Annette gave me other information too, and I don't really want to take up all of your time talking about my technical issues, because
Okay.
I've tried all of these things and they just don't work. But this works.
Okay, good enough.
This works, but you
it's
can't
okay.
see screen.
That's right. The other thing that would work that would be far less awkward is if you would just enliven the chat. I'm a very fast typer. And then I could be in Teams and I could see what you're sharing on the screen and I could comment in the chat.
Yeah, and we did talk about doing that, and I think we just never fully finished our conversation, and we should come back to it, but maybe not today because we are already way over time on this agenda item.
Well, thank
So-
you for inviting me in. I will have
Yeah.
to watch most of the meeting on your video because
Okay.
I came in late.
Okay,
But I do appreciate you inviting me in.
no problem. Thank you for being persistent, Renee. I appreciate it.
And I don't know how to mute myself now, so I think that might be something you have to do to mute me.
Well, you did mute yourself and then you unmuted yourself earlier. There you go. You're muted.
I did it.
Oh, you did it. Oh, Kirsten, you're like a gremlin. Okay, so
So,
thank you for
Renee,
your,
Renee, just know that Thomas, who's in the room, has done the same thing you are doing. And to unmute yourself or mute yourself, you use *6 on your phone.
okay, so, sorry, Alex, we sort of way bled into tier 3 rulemaking, but maybe we can just push the whole meeting out a little further. So, you're
Oh,
next.
no worries. All right, sounds good. So, yes, so the last two meetings, we've discussed the tier 3 draft rules, which admittedly are very rough and need to be reshaped substantially. But I thought we made some really good progress at our last meeting on last Thursday. I left that meeting quite pleased because I felt like I got substantial feedback from all of you. And the email that I sent you on Friday was sort of a summary of what we had discussed at last week's two meetings, and B, some ideas of discussion items for today, if you're interested. But I've been driving this process for a good long time, tier 3 that is, and so I want to make sure that the things you want to talk about, we talk about first. Is there something that is not in the email that I sent you that you would like to talk about first? Okay, hearing nothing, I'm just going to go right to that email. So the draft rule and the statute indicates that tier 3 jurisdiction would apply to development, so construction of improvements. But the statute also gives us the ability to decide whether it should also apply to subdivision. And as all of you know, Act 250 jurisdiction is different with regard to development versus subdivision. So the draft rule, the very rough one that I put forward for conversation, does have a subdivision trigger. And so my question to you is, do you agree? Do you think that subdivision in a tier 3 area should trigger Act 250 permitting or not? Or should we capture those projects only when they go to develop and build, as opposed to when the subdivision is happening in the first instance? Thoughts?
Sarah, Brooke, or Kirsten? I answered Alex in an email and I said yes.
She sure did. And I have a follow-up question on that, but I'm interested in hearing from the others.
Yeah, me too. Kirsten.
Yeah, I think subdivision is in many instances, analogous to a development activity. It's often for the planned purpose of undertaking some kind of construction activity on the land, but not always. And I guess I would support including subdivisions with the caveat that we do have under our lot, actually, no, it's in the statute, that subdivisions created for the purpose of conservation don't qualify as such. So I think we should carry forward that concept here.
And Kirsten, we also have we also allow for sort of subdivision to accommodate the long trail. Isn't that right? I thought there was something about accommodating trails.
I would have to look that up. I'm
Okay.
just remembering in terms of counting lots for purpose of the default 600119 subdivision triggers the requisite number of lots within 5 years, that we don't count those for conservation to one of
Okay.
the pre-qualified entities such as the Vermont Land Trust or the Agency of Natural Resources.
Okay. Thanks. Sarah?
So Alex, I'm not sure that this helps in terms of making life simpler, because I agree with both Janet and also with Kirsten. I think that what we were talking about with a lot of the wood products and stony brooking, I think we'd made into a verb, was with parent parcels is not always should they be all of a sudden pulled in, because I think the option is to have tier 3 be more specific and more with a finer point rather than a broad brush. And so I would say that no, subdivision perhaps does not in and of itself need to be a triggering event, particularly to Kirsten's point in terms of if something was being done for conservation purposes or transactional in terms of selling a family estate or something of that nature, and there wasn't development proposed at that time. So I don't think that it always needs to be a triggering event, recognizing some of the problems that then that generates with being more specific. But I think I'd advocate for less being included in tier 3 when possible.
Brooke.
I don't have a lot of experience with Act 250 permitting on subdivisions, so I'm having a little difficulty trying to conceptualize what we're talking about. I think we have rules about, and in the statute about subdivision triggering number of lots, the time period, within the, how many miles, all of that stuff. And so I think that that's a little complicated for people, and keeping track of the timeline. I had clients who had, charts where they made sure that 5 years was, one of the lots dropped off, and then they were able to subdivide and create another lot. So it's kind of complicated already. And I think we should stay as consistent as we have been in the past. Instead of changing to let's do 3 lots or, that kind of thing. So I'm not sure how to put this into play. If it's something other than our normal subdivision trigger, because these are sensitive areas, then I guess the notion of it would be to enhance jurisdiction by lowering the number of lots or the size of the overall tract, something like that. Because are you trying to go with our regular subdivision rules that have been in place for a long time? I don't think they're great, but it's one way of controlling it. Or should we go to something that's, these are really important areas with critical resources, therefore if you're going to only create 3 lots trigger, you're in Act 250. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so the proposal is to do the latter, to recognize that these are critical natural resource areas, the subdivision of which is important, and that the current jurisdictional trigger for subdivisions of 6 lots or more, or 10 lots or more, depending on whether the town has zoning or not, is not sufficient to protect these resources, and that it should be a lower number. Potentially any subdivision, or as was in the first draft, some smaller number so that we can sort of allow 2 lot subdivisions or potentially 3 lot subdivisions to move forward without a jurisdictional trigger from this. So one or the other. But yeah, the thought, Brooke, is that they're sensitive enough that even subdivision should warrant a permit. My real question back to all of you is, okay, if subdivision, and Brooke, I realize you're sort of trying to still think through it, but based on the other 3, if subdivision is something that would want to trigger jurisdiction, my hope is that it would be a subdivision in which there was an impact to a tier 3 area, such that a property being subdivided into 2 lots where a development is proposed as a part of that subdivision, and that development in no way impacts a tier 3 area, because the tier 3 area on the parcel in question is up in the back 40 somewhere where nobody's going, that subdivision would not trigger on the basis of tier 3, because there were no impacts to the tier 3 area. Does that make sense to all of you, that it would still be impact based, or are you thinking it has to be like, if there's tier 3 anywhere on the parcel being subdivided, jurisdiction is happens?
So Alex, depending on where we are talking about, typically subdivision confers development rights on both parcels, even if it's only 2, right? And typically, if development is to be pursued, the subdivider usually gets a wastewater permit along with the subdivision permitting. And so if there is tier 3, some critical resource in some area of the original lot, and it it crosses onto both lots or remains on just one, it seems that if we're calling that a critical resource and we're saying that Act 250 should be triggered because of that, maybe what we can do is, maybe the subdivision can call that particular area either undevelopable or that could there be something that said you could not proceed with development unless you got an Act 250 permit, or I don't know procedurally how that would work, but once you've subdivided, there are development rights, and there were development rights before as well. So it seems
Right. But
well.
Janet,
Then maybe
if we set the tier 3 jurisdictional trigger for development,
right, instead of
as
subdivision,
any impact to a tier 3 area, then even a subdivision that creates a lot that didn't trigger Act 250, once that lot is developed and it impacts a tier 3 area, then Act 250 is triggered. So I think we can, there's a way to capture that jurisdiction in two different instances. To my mind, the benefit of doing it at the subdivision level is that you're doing it ahead of the division of the land. So the landowner understands where, what they need to go through. And if in fact they're like, hey, I'm developing down by the road and that tier 3 area is up on a steep slope on the other half of my property, they can have some assurance in their mind that when they do come for development later, Act 250 is not going to trigger because they're not in the tier 3 area.
So how do you, that's what worries me, is that somebody, is going to do a 2 to 3 lot subdivision and not develop right away, and then come back later and be upset because they put all this money into the the subdivision plans, and suddenly they are impacting tier 3 and they have to get an Act 250 permit.
Yeah, I think that's all the more reason to have it trigger for subdivisions, maybe any subdivision.
Right.
And that way the district commission, the district coordinator, when they write the JO and say, this is not jurisdictional for the subdivision, they can qualify it by saying, and this is based on the fact that no development is proposed within a tier 3 area. Should there be any development in the tier 3 area in the future, please be advised that this will be jurisdictional.
It will require a permit. And and the JO gets recorded in the land records and all of that. So somebody down the road can't say, they never saw that.
Well, and let's be clear, when we finalize these tier 3 rules, it's not going to be unlike the wetland rules in that there will be a controlling map that Vermonters need to know about, including landowners and professionals that help them. So regardless of whether somebody's ignoring a JO from a subdivision that did not trigger Act 250, our program needs to be doing a lot of PR into the future. so that
Yeah.
people know, like, I need to look at this map online to see if I need an Act 250 permit
Right.
when I'm going to build my cabin in the woods or my mother-in-law
Yeah.
apartment or my house or whatever.
Yeah. Brooke.
So I'm gonna take the other side of this for a minute. Because these critical resources are poorly mapped and can move over time, it seems to me that not doing something different on subdivision may be the way to go. And the reason why I say that is the notion that, what is a subdivision? Well, it can be a piece of paper whether you draw lines on it. I want to turn my property into 4 lots, so I'm drawing it on a map. Okay. And then perhaps Kirsten can jump in because, like I say, I don't have a lot of experience with subdivision, but there's deferral of permit thing where, basically it allows you to do the subdivision, but you don't have to go through Act 250 permitting. But if you look at it from the perspective of this is impact based, and if these critical resources could in fact morph in location over time, shouldn't that JO or that decision whether or not there's tier 3 jurisdiction over this particular piece of property, should that not happen in close proximity in time to an application to develop the property where the impact would actually be asked for permitting on, instead of this, drawing lines on a map? Now, of course, subdivision permits can have everything from, your wastewater and water supply permits and your building envelopes and the whole 9 yards. So maybe there's flexibility to say if a big development's going to come in and it's going to perhaps involve tier 3 areas, you can do sort of like a master permit, but subdivision, you get all your Act 250 stuff, because maybe that's the developer building those houses as opposed to selling a lot and having somebody come in. So this tier 3 thing is very challenging. Location based, impact based. So are we forcing people to do something that they may not need to do because maybe I'm going to cut it up and give it to my 5 children, and 50 years from now, it's still not going to be developed?
Kirsten.
Yeah, so typically when subdivision projects trigger Act 250, they include the specific quote unquote development construction plans for developing a roadway and infrastructure to serve the lots. But that's not what we're talking about here, because we're defining jurisdiction in tier 3. And in my mind, it makes sense to have this be based on construction. The other category that's related to subdivisions, but is not the same jurisdictional trigger in Act 250 currently, particularly in tier 2, is housing units. So one can construct a certain volume of housing units without triggering, without subdividing. How will those be handled in tier 3? So in my mind, this is just sort of conceptually, I think for subdivisions, what would make sense is if there's a mapped tier 3 resource on a parent parcel of land that is being subdivided, that we should require a JO. And the JO should go in the land records, although currently there's no requirement to record JOs. Some people do, but that's a minority. So we should say that so that buyers of lots in that subdivision are made aware that there may be or may not be tier 3 areas mapped on the lot that they purchase or acquire, and for which they may need an Act 250 permit, for which, the JO, we could have some standard language that says, get another JO, before any of these individual lots, before construction activity occurs. So that, like, conceptually, that's one way we could handle it. And I think, in my mind, the tier 3 areas as the critical natural resource areas, I always envisioned this was going to be a pretty low bar. we talked last week about having some, for existing development, that there might be some buffer area around it to accommodate things like the accessory structures of the mother-in-law apartment. Or maybe if it's a commercial use, some reasonable expansion of that without necessarily implicating the tier 3 jurisdictional trigger. But I land on, it's the construction activity that in tier 3, and in my mind, it's a pretty low bar. If you're in tier 3 and you're doing a construction activity, unless you meet one of these buffer or other clearly defined exemptions, you need an Act 250, call it a tier 3 permit.
So,
So,
Kirsten,
yeah.
the worry that I have is that, as you mentioned, when a property is subdivided and there's some development potential that wants to be realized, this is not just a family estate. This is not 500 acres that's being divided by 4 for 4, family members with nothing proposed on it. This is a 4-lot subdivision, and there's intent to develop, those lots. That if you don't have jurisdiction during the subdivision process before those lines on the map that Brooke described are drawn, then the district commission's ability to work with design is limited if you wait until a later date. If you wait until the subdivision lines are drawn and each of those 4 landowners is now in front of the district commission saying, I'm ready to build my house, and P.S. I can't avoid or minimize my impact on the tier 3 area that's on my little chunk because the developer didn't do that. They didn't design my lot to allow for that. So you have to let me, do this impact because the subdivision constrained me to this particular building site. Whereas if we were to have it be jurisdictional at subdivision, we would have that conversation up front. And the developer would say, I do have plans to develop. I'm not sure exactly where. I just want to sell the lots, and the homeowners will figure it out. And then the conversation goes a little further and says, well, we've got a tier 3 area. You got to at least tell us, you got to get a permit, and that means you got to demonstrate your impact meets the various criteria. Do you know what I'm saying?
I completely understand what you're saying. You don't want to create a lot that kind of only has this certain lousy road frontage on the bad curvature of the road that's a blind driveway or forces someone to cross the stream. Like I completely understand what you're saying, but so Alex, would you just conceptually, someone's got 50 acres. There's a few acres of mapped tier 3 somewhere on that land. Would you envision that, and they want to do 4-lot subdivision, would you envision that all of that acreage would come under jurisdiction and thereby be reviewed by a district commission as part of a tier 3 application? Because that's what would need to happen in order for the kind of review that you're describing and to prevent this sort of lousy planning to occur. Because unless
that's my suggestion, is that the subdivision itself would be jurisdictional, even if it was less than the current subdivision trigger of 6 and 10 lots. So that the easiest example would be any subdivision of property that has a tier 3 area on it would require an Act 250 permit if there was proposed development in the tier 3 area. If that same 50-acre landowner said, I want to subdivide, I have no idea where I'm going to do it, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be in the tier 3 area, then, perhaps there's a way to, tag that information to the lots that are created, and they do come back at construction the way Brooke's recommending. But if the 50-acre landowner comes in and says, no, I know what I'm doing. I want 4 building lots and this is where they're going, and the roads and the septic areas and the building lots impact the tier 3 area, then we would say, great, we're going to get you your Act 250 permit today before you finish your subdivision, and everything is good to go afterwards.
Sarah?
go ahead.
I was just going to offer, I think, to Kirsten's point of if you had 10 acres that were going to be subdivided into like 5 lots, 2 acres each, and you had no development plans at that time, you know that there are RTEs on the site, they can move around a lot. And so understood in terms of taking into design considerations when you're subdividing and making sure that there's not a lot that's maybe precluded from development because all the RTEs are on that lot. But particularly with flora and fauna, they can move around. And by the time you get to developing lot 5, 10 years out, they could have moved around completely. So I think that's where I'm looking at the development triggers being easier than the subdivision trigger, and not pulling in more than what we have, because I think what you're describing, Alex, is a very broad brush where all of the involved lands come under Tier 3 and Act 250 jurisdiction because of the possibility that somewhere on that there is that resource versus more of a narrowly defined scope, which I think you could do more with a development trigger as opposed to a subdivision trigger, if that makes sense.
I think
Let
I
me give
understand what you're
another-
saying, yeah.
Can I give another example, perhaps of using the critical, well, not critical resource, the habitat connectors, and those map forested areas along roads on Alex's first draft of the Tier 3 map, right? And let's say that there's a large area along a road as mapped, and let's say it's 10 acres and somebody wants to subdivide it into building lots. All of it's in the Tier 3. Would it still work to defer that jurisdictional trigger until development? Or maybe let's just say most of it is. Is there a way you could draw those lot boundaries that would avoid any impacts? And is that something that we would want to try to encourage somehow? You know, could we somehow encourage it by saying, if you draw your boundaries this way, you won't need an Act 250 permit or something like that? I don't
Well,
know.
I think, Janet, that's why I'm pushing for an impact-based assessment
Yeah.
of whether an Act 250 permit is needed. It's not
Right.
parcel-based. It would be based on where the impact is and where the Tier 3 area is. But I think it's important to mention a couple things. One, this is a jurisdictional conversation. Tier 3 is about establishing Act 250 jurisdiction. There's no such thing as a Tier 3 review, right?
Right.
Once you've established that Tier 3 triggers jurisdiction, the review is our Act 250 review under the 10 criteria. There's no like separate habitat or headwater streams criteria, right? So that's one thing. And the other is that, at least as currently envisioned, the Tier 3 areas in this first draft are not going to jump around a lot, right? The headwater streams areas are areas that have an intersection of steep slopes, low infiltrating soils, higher elevations in first and second order stream drainages. Those aren't going to move at all, period. They're going to stay there. That's an immutable area. The habitat connectors is based on the Vermont Fish and Wildlife's habitat block mapping, which does have a relationship to forest and how, you know, what's there. So that could change over time, but at least in the first instance, it's an area that exists today that we're looking to try to, you know, exert some design review over through the Act 250 process. So I don't see those like jumping around. They're not like wetlands that can change with hydrology changes. They're not like our rare, threatened, endangered species locations where, you know, a plant was observed 10 years ago and it's not there anymore, and so it falls off the map. So I don't think that these Tier 3 areas are going to like jump around much. But again, we're talking about the trigger, that's all.
So here's an example. Here's taking that example again. So what if somebody took that 10 acres and they subdivided it into 4 or 5 lots, say 5 lots, and then there were 5 lots there, and then successively people bought them and they clear cut them. Would that trigger Act 250? And would they then no longer be mapped as critical habitat connectors because somebody clear cut them all?
Right.
One
So
after the
this is
other.
why when I drafted this first draft, I tried to I tried to have the development trigger be related to disturbance, not
Okay,
construction
yeah,
of buildings. And
Right.
and there's a problem with doing that. It's a very different way of thinking of jurisdiction than we have today, as Kirsten and the rest of you all know very well. And Charlie Hancock, one of our stakeholders from Forest Parks and Recreation, called that out when I spoke with him last week and said, we just like we did with wood products, if you move in this direction, we have some potential issues with
Yep.
forest management being considered disturbance and the like. But I think what I'm trying to say is that to your specific example, these habitat connectors, if we map them as tier 3 areas, and somebody wants to go in and clear them, then that triggers an Act 250 permit. The clearing of that, that's a disturbance within the tier 3 area. It doesn't have to be because of construction of a building.
And do we still have, wasn't Jen Mojo here earlier? No.
Oh, don't put Jen on the spot.
Well, just like then I can see, or there's nobody from FPR, but we're right back into that forest product manufacturers argument about clearing versus cutting versus
Yeah, but I think
forestry
the
and
conversation that Charlie and I had
logging.
last week was more productive than that. I think Kirsten helped illuminate the issues, not just Kirsten, the board and FPR. I think there's a way to work through that. It's not a roadblock, but it is a very different way of thinking of development jurisdiction, and we ought to think through it. I don't want to make you think it's a fait accompli.
Yeah. Brooke.
Yeah, the habitat connectors, you're right, they're probably not going to move. But in terms of the trigger, physical action on the land, the commencement of construction for the purpose of development. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to build a building. You could be building a shooting range and just pushing dirt around and creating berms. Well, that's not a good example because they're exempt from Act 250. Never mind for safety berms. But you know what I'm saying? It's I really think with the concerns about with the concerns about tier 3 anyway, consuming too much. The whole state's going to be tier 3. I feel like tying this to the impact, the physical action on the land, whether it's I'm not in favor of exempting logging in a forest connector with habitat walks. I think that's important to keep the trees. So I think if we stay with place-based, defining the tier 3, and if people want to subdivide, fine, but I think it should be under those normal rules, and then but make that trigger if there is any proposal to dig in the ground or have a physical action to construct roads or whatever it might be inside those confined mapped areas.
Yeah. And I think that brings us back to what Alex said about the importance of our PR campaign that we'll eventually be pursuing and making sure that people understand the new jurisdictional map and what the triggers are. Kirsten.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say in response to your hypotheticals, Janet, that I think if you've got a mapped tier 3 area and it's proposed for subdivision, you're carving that up into multiple lots. I do think that should ideally be jurisdictional, or at a minimum that there be a JO that says, you know, like Brooke said, any physical action will trigger Act 250. So I think we have to be really careful not to complicate tier 2 jurisdiction and tier 3 jurisdiction. And so I would suggest that conceptually, and Alex, I'm not remembering how this is sort of plays out in your rules, but if a parcel of land has a corner that's tier 3 and it's being subdivided, and now you've got some review of a subdivision and perhaps one or two of the lots have the mapped tier 3 area on them, that what's under Act 250 jurisdiction is the tier 3 area and not the balance of the lot, which is in tier 2. Because I don't think you can have both. Maybe I'm wrong. Like maybe this is something we need to figure out. But just in terms of program administration, if you have a lot that, you know, again, has some tier 3 area and maybe there's a trigger and the balance and maybe predominance of the lot is in tier 2, how's that going to work in terms of administration? And I don't kind of have my head around what's ideal, but I think we need to be really careful to not create added complexity and frustration with this moving forward.
Totally
And
agree, Kirsten. Totally agree. And I
Yeah.
think that's the part of the beauty of location-based jurisdiction is that we can keep, as Brooke is saying, we can keep the jurisdictional question focused on the location that is of concern, the tier 3 area. So that, yes, if there's a hypothetical example of a 50-acre parcel and somebody wants to come in and subdivide it into 5 lots, that that any continuing jurisdiction on those lots is going to be related to the tier 3 location, not the fact that they were part of a subdivision, but rather that, you know, there was a tier 3 area and these are the lots that it ended up on. But again, my question is, and you just said your opinion on it. I appreciate that. You know, should we attempt to have jurisdiction and a conversation about compliance with the Act 250 criteria at the front end when it's being subdivided, or per Brooke's suggestion, should we just wait and allow the subdivision to happen and deal with the jurisdiction only when the disturbance or the development is proposed on the lots created? Sarah, I wasn't clear on where you stand on that. I was hearing you say kind of two things. I know where Janet stands, that she hasn't changed her mind, but I don't know where you do, Sarah.
Are you still thinking, Sarah?
No, you wanted to say something, so I didn't want
No,
to.
so I was just gonna go forward with that same example again, Alex, and say there were the 10 acres and there were 5 lots created and the tier 3 area was, you know, maybe a little less than 2 acres. And one of those 5 lots included the entire tier 3 area. And the developer sold those lots to, you know, home builders. And that 5th home builder was stuck with nowhere to build outside of the tier 3. Does that become our problem? Or is that the home builder's problem for buying that lot? And you know what I mean? So.
It's both. So sorry to jump in, but like those of us who've worked at the municipal level where we have subdivision review and every cotton picking subdivision goes through a municipal review, you would like to say it's buyer beware, right? You bought this lot, there was a tier 3 map, you knew it was there, and then this person subdivided it 2 years ago and you bought the lot that had the restrictions, so you know, it's your problem. But I will tell you as a former municipal official that reviewing all subdivisions, it's not in the interests of the community to allow the creation of lots that are meant for development but can't be developed. It's a problem. And so that's my inclination of wanting to, you know, get into it with subdivision jurisdiction at the front end, but we don't have to. And I respect Brooke's point. that maybe it's just the development that deserves, the scrutiny, not the creation of the lots. But yeah, I'm wary.
What about Kirsten's idea of a JO though? Do you think that could, if the original parent lot has tier 3 on it, there's a JO that says, yeah, you got tier 3 here. Make sure you tell everybody that. It's gonna, anything that, any development proposed there will trigger.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting and potentially workable solution. But I also see the flip side of simply saying it's jurisdictional. You want to develop, you want to subdivide, you need an Act 250 permit, and that permit explains which lots have tier 3 remaining on them, and therefore will continue to be an Act 250 jurisdiction, and which lots in the subdivision get to just walk away and have no more Act 250 permitting jurisdiction upon them. But yeah, I think we could do it. We could do it Kirsten's way. And if we did, it would help us get around some of the issues of what about the poor person who just wants to create one new lot for their kid? And do they really have to go through Act 250? Was this Act 250 program even designed to be a review process for the creation of one lot with one house? Similarly, the example that Sarah gave, or Kirsten with conservation, which Charlie Hancock raised with me, he said, what about the large forest landowner who has 100 acres and just wants to do a simple subdivision to affect a transition between generations, no development proposed? A simple JO process would allow that to move forward expeditiously without having to go through our full permitting process until, as Brooke said, some disturbance or development is proposed. So I could see it both ways.
Yeah, me too. So
And-
it's past 3:00, and I know Brooke and Kirsten both have their hands up. I know I, for one, would really appreciate a bio break, as Sarah calls them. Does anybody else, would anybody else like to do that at this point?
So I would just like to say, because I think Alex asked a question of me, and
Oh,
I-
I'm
I had
sorry,
you-
Sarah, yeah.
no, that's all right. I just wanted to say that I think where you guys got to in terms of the jurisdictional opinion is what I'd recommend. There's not going to be a perfect solution, but I think particularly with regard to some of these significant communities that have plants, for instance, that can thrive with disturbance, that can move around significantly, is I think the jurisdictional opinion is the way to go, because you could wind up with a lot 5 years later where all of a sudden one of those 5 2-acre lots has nothing on it, and then the other one has the rest on it, and something that you didn't foresee back when the subdivision occurred. So I think the jurisdictional opinion is the way to go on it. It's not perfect, but I thank you, Alex, for trying to navigate all this and to lay it out for all of us. I think you've done that very well in terms of explaining everything and bringing this to us. And I just very much appreciate this conversation. Thank you.
Brooke and Kirsten, is it okay to forego your comments or questions until we have a 10-minute break?
Yep, whatever.
Okay.
You'd like, sure.
Okay, Alex, do you have the little break announcement?
I do. Yep, I'll put it up.
Okay. Okay, so can we come back at 13 would be 10 minutes. I guess we should just say 3:15. Okay. Thank you.
Nobody dropped off. And your microphone's not on. Is that being real live?
Okay,
Your mic-
it is 3:15. We are returned from a 10-minute, well, 13-minute break. Maybe it was 12 minutes, 12-minute break. And let's wrap up our discussion on Tier 3 rulemaking. Brooke.
Thanks. Yeah, the JO suggestion I think is a good one. It certainly would be appropriate for those critical resources that would not necessarily move like the communities might expand or move. But for headwaters, habitat connectors, I think that's a good thing. And recording in the land records puts prospective purchasers on notice. They will find it in the title search if we have it in the land records. But my concern goes to those things that might morph or move in terms of their location, because a JO is only as good as the information it's based upon. So I don't know if for those kinds of things, there could be like a revisiting of the JO, that kind of thing. That's what I would
Yeah.
recommend, I think.
Okay,
That's
thanks,
all.
Brooke.
Thanks.
Kirsten.
Yeah, I think there's lots of different ways we could handle this, but another thought I had is you do a JO if there's talking specifically about the subdivision detail and how we handle that with Tier 3. If you're subdividing a parent parcel of land that has map Tier 3 on it, you get a JO. JO goes in the land records. I agree, there's this, stuff can move. But then if you're putting a lot line through a Tier 3 area, maybe that's when you get the permit, even if there's not an initial construction activity planned. But the jurisdiction is confined to the Tier 3 area. It all gets kind of messy. But it would be more protective to have a permit in effect if you're subdividing and now you have different landowners, et cetera. You're complicating that resource protection, et cetera. So that would be another way to do it. Subdividing parent parcel with your map to Tier 3, get a JO. If you're subdividing the resource itself, get a permit. Like would be another.
Sarah.
So I know our time is drawing near on this, and I think where other areas Alex was going to cover today, including asking for an LCAR deadline extension. And Alex, would you want us to entertain a motion before we wrap up on that today, just so we can get that extension in the works?
Yeah, good point, Sarah. I was going to suggest that since we've only talked about the first bullet item in the email I sent, that we're not going to have enough time today to talk about the rest, and that if you are amenable, I would appreciate amending the Thursday's meeting agenda to allow us to talk about this again on Thursday and try to wrap up these bullet items. If you're amenable to that, we can wait until Thursday for that motion. But if you're not, and we need to kick it a couple weeks down the road, then I would like that motion. And Rebecca did give me the drop dead date that we could use for that motion if you want to do it now. But I'm happy to do it on Thursday if folks are willing to.
I'm happy to
entertain
do
me.
the motion now, and I would ask what the drop dead date is.
Okay, so Rebecca looked at the timing for all of this, and again, ultimately Tier 3 jurisdiction becomes effective on December 31st, 2026. So her feedback was that we should be delivering the proposed rule to the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, LCAR, no later than October 30th of 2026. I would feel more comfortable if we set that date as September 30th or maybe October 1st, rather than pushing it to the absolute brink. But Rebecca said that if we wanted to push it all the way, that it would be October 30th.
All right,
And we could present it to the legislature anytime before that date too.
That's true. That's true.
So,
We're
okay.
simply asking for a date to the legislature to give us a new date, and we can always be early.
Okay.
And is this from February? The date's been
Correct. The
changed from
current
February.
deadline is February 1st.
I'm good with that.
Excuse me, Alex, which year is the October 30?
2026.
Thank you.
No, I appreciate the robust conversation that we're having today, and would like to continue talking about this Thursday. And I think that this is absolutely the reason why we should ask for additional time. So I would move that we authorize the chair to request an extension of the Tier 3 rules LCAR filing deadline from February 1st, 2026 to September 30th, 2026.
Kirsten, your hand is
I'll
up.
second. But
Thank you. Yep. Do you have some discussion?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I just, it strikes me that it would, if I was a legislative committee considering an extension request, I would benefit from seeing the whole, the biggest picture we might be able to provide in terms of, are there other extensions that we are going to be anticipating or requesting? So if those are also going to be understood and forthcoming, my suggestion would be to compile them, and so that we're not going in piecemeal. So it may be,
So we are
Tier
asking for
2.
Tier 2. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, but we hadn't nailed down the date, I don't believe. So I would suggest that at a minimum we include Tier 2 with the Tier 3 extension request.
You mean the same date?
Oh, no, just at the same time, like a single letter that
yeah.
covers both topics.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'm totally supportive of that, Kirsten. I think that makes a lot of sense. And at some point I wanted us to give Janet the authority to go make that request, whether she does
Yeah.
it, in a week or 2 weeks after we've had some Tier 2 discussion. That's less important to me. I just want to,
okay.
want it sort of on the record.
Our intention to go there and ask. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with Tier 3 extension, September 30th. That sounds good to me.
Brooke.
Yeah, and I think we should nail down the date, and I would endorse the notion of asking for both of them together, because I think they are interrelated. And now if we know what we're setting for the new deadline and making sure we have enough time for Tier 3, then we should also consider what timing is appropriate for 2 and do them together. I think that's a good idea. Not that we don't have to not do our motion today, but if we can hold off on the actual communication.
Yeah, the Tier 2 was also due in February, and makes sense to do them together. And I think we're asking for like a 7 to 8 month extension then, right? 7.5-ish. Pete.
And maybe just emphasize, we certainly will try to, we would get it in earlier, but yeah.
If possible,
like
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, just wanted to add one thought to the equation for you all. That given the extension requests would be within the time period of during the legislative session, that this very well may just become a bill that includes the extensions, versus if this was outside of the legislative session that we were asking for those extensions, that it would be more likely that they would take that under advisement and then we would do what we do, I guess, in terms of those. So at any rate, just wanted to
Well,
put
you
that
mean,
into
Pete,
the
I would
conversation.
be asking for the extensions before the second part of the biennium, and they could include them. I see that's what you're
Yeah,
saying, right?
the
Yeah, but I'm not gonna
timing
wait
wise, yeah.
until January to make them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Thanks.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
I,
Aye.
Okay, that is 5. So we will be asking for an extension to September 30th for both Tier 3 LCAR deadline submission and the Tier 2 report submission.
Oh,
Well, Janet,
Wait.
actually, no, the motion was just regarding the tier 3 extension.
Oh, I thought I got-
yeah.
Okay,
No
we're
amendment to the
gonna
motion.
informally aim for that. Okay,
Well,
just the Tier 3 LCAR submission.
We're gonna wait to hear from Kirsten and Sarah about the tier 2 report before we
Timeline.
set a request for an extension on that.
Got it,
Uh,
got it.
I like that plan. Thank you.
Okay, that's what we voted on.
So with
All right.
that, I'm happy to conclude, Janet, and bother you about tier 3 on Thursday.
Yeah, we'll revise the agenda subsequent to this meeting and get it out tomorrow before 1 o'clock. Okay, sorry, let me get back to my agenda. So we have discussion and possible action on appeals, enforcement, and personnel matters. Do we have a motion there?
I move that the board needs to discuss pending and probable Act 250 enforcement actions, personnel and staffing matters, and to have confidential attorney-client communications on these matters. I move that we find that premature knowledge of these matters would place the board at substantial disadvantage and that the board enter executive session.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Sure, this is Alex. I'll second.
Thank you, Alex. Any discussion? All those in favor of moving into executive session, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that is unanimous. We will go into executive session. It is the last item on our agenda. I anticipate it may be a rather long one. It might not, who knows? But the only thing we're going to do is come back out, report any decisions, and adjourn. So you can wait if you like, and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
I'll exit again.
All right.
So we decide we're gonna go hide in some little corner somewhere for executive session or stay here, depending on what else is going on.
Yes,
in The
well,
building.
You make it easier because you're departing. So thanks, Thomas. So good to see you.
Yeah. Maybe there's, or how come you're here? As opposed to Maddie or somebody else?
Because